How many forging commissions do I still have to finish? Let's see. 1, 2... not so many as I thought. I'll get to them tomorrow.
Alright, that seems to all be working correctly. Okay. I think we're good. Cool. Anyway, last we left off, we had just escaped prison. So that was well-timed, I must admit, on my part. You know, brilliant as always, Blooper. Brilliant as always.
We should, take a break after all that running around.
So I remember I had to do this mission here, and then we'll jump over. So I'm gonna be streaming a bit longer tonight, just to make up for the fact that I was like 3 hours late. You come to the wrong person, Eon. This document clearly has a subject of secrets. How could you fail to realize something so simple and obvious? I thought the subject was this document. Grammatically speaking, that's correct. Your exactness is noted and appreciated, but I will not sign this document no matter what. I will not even entertain the thought. It should be Gatinho who leads this matter. Mr. Gatinho said you should be the one in charge. Ha! Me? And how should I do it? Grab a megaphone and stand at the door shouting at everyone as they come into work? Hey, ladies and gentlemen, don't bring your cameras to work. You'll leak all kinds of secrets. That would be bad, so don't do it. Or maybe print up a few hundred documents and leave them on the desk of every questionnaire so they can take them with them as they go to get their coffee. You think we're like Gatinho? Gatinho. Then we could just grab leakers and teach them a lesson. What we can do is send out notices. The kind that nobody ever takes notice of. But he's already signed the document. Here, look. Boy, do you have any clue what co-organizer means? The one who follows instructions from the other party? Hello. How are you? Means I'm responsible for this. I categorically and completely refuse to sign this document. If it must be my office that is forced to take charge of this, then let Manivel come down and tell me so in person. Hello. He's so loud. Paimon didn't even dare speak. Yeah, I just have a bit of a stutter sometimes. That's all. It's just a nervous thing, I guess. Don't know why I'm nervous. So what do we do now? Don't worry. Let's just go back and look for Mr. Royalty. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Honestly, the headset's in need of replacement. Where was I yesterday? Serious? What did I miss yesterday? Oh, wait, I thought the meetup was on Saturday. It was on Sunday? Whoops. I got my days mixed up. Well, nobody told me it got moved. And also, thanks, Ethan. This headset really is in need of replacement because it is about 4 or 5 years old now and really struggling to stay together. It was in the channel. I didn't see it. But it's certainly not up to us to decide whether or not they're the same thing. Looks like I've messed up again. They're arguing. How about we go get out of here? Adults arguing is scary. Yep, couldn't agree more. Gentlemen, calm down. There is no need to be upset over such a trifling matter. This is no trifling matter, Royalty. This is a matter of grave importance that impacts the entirety of Maison Gestion. I dare not act rashly and decide it on my own. The headset looks amazing then, sure too. Oh, Thank you. I very much appreciate that. Hey, Sword. Welcome in. So it is. There's nothing trivial at all about protecting our secrets. I don't think there's anyone in the whole Maison Gestion more suited to handling this matter than you. Please, relax. Why must you gentlemen always argue about who is in charge? As I see it, there's no need for anyone to be primarily responsible. You don't even need to coordinate. What? Huh? I fear I do not understand your meaning, Royalta. I don't quite follow your train of thought. Royalta. You two are both gentlemen with a wealth of experience, and know that when dealing with something complicated, we must first divide it into simple things. The responsibility of preventing people from leaking secrets using cameras should logically fall to Gatinho. But you need not do anything extra, just continue catching leakers as before. As for informing everyone of the policy that cameras can't be brought into the Maison Gestion, this troubled task must fall for Defour. Nobody else in the Maison Gestion can clearly and clarify the new policy to the staff. We have no capability to enforce it. Nobody listens to us. You don't need to worry about that. Leave enforcement to Gatinho. What you need to do is not notify, but propose. The bigger you print the proposal, the better. Put it at the entrance and be sure to print the case of the last camera leak below it. That should be enough. Is this Genshin Impact? Yes, it is. It sounds exactly like before. How's this different from before? Slight differences in how things are being said. Makes it easier for people to understand what they're actually doing, I'm guessing. I agree with this proposal. Excellent. It's very clean and clear. What? Proposal? That's easy. Then we have reached an accord. After Eon rewrites the draft, I'll bring it to both of you to look over. Now, let's each get back to work. Oh, Scaraduke. Gatinho and Defoe look at each other for a moment before apologizing. I'm very sorry, Mr. Royalta. You really messed us up. Don't blame yourself, Eon. It's not your fault, at least not completely. Why'd they suddenly accept your idea? I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
That's right. Why did they suddenly stop arguing? They looked like they were about to start a brawl.
That's because you don't know what those two gentlemen truly care about. Do you think they simply didn't want to take on extra work? Of course not. What is going on right now? An argument and a difference of policy. Of course not. They simply didn't want other officers to get involved with their work, especially when they themselves would be held responsible. As long as you understand this, it is easy to remove the source of their discontent, and then they are quite willing to do the work. But your proposal, they still have to take responsibility. Gatinho and Defoe are both experienced bureaucrats, and they are both painfully aware of the simple truth. This is, French business. That's the only way I can explain this as. In a large organization such as the Maison Gestion, everyone has to take some responsibility. That's the only way to make sure everything can continue to operate smoothly. Oh, lighting changed. You can negotiate the size of the responsibility, but everyone must take part. If anyone refuses to do so, well then they had best pray they never run into any trouble. Don't think too much about it, Eon. You'll come to understand all this someday. Right now, the important thing is to go rewrite a proposal and bring it to me. Got it? Yes, sir, Mr. Royote. Yeah, looks like another all-nighter. Guess I should grab a coffee first. Your health is important too. I know, but Forget it. No buts. Sometimes I wonder if there's any point to all this work I do. I type, produce documents, chat, and run errands day in and day out. As an objective observer, Traveler, what are your thoughts? Further observation required, citizen. Fine, perhaps you can give me an answer after you've observed a bit more. Oh, for God's sakes. If you're interested, come here tomorrow. We can talk again then. As a gestionnaire, here at the Maison Gestion, I've been drowning in a sea of paperwork. Perhaps you could tell me, as an objective observer, what's the point of it all? There's no point to it. It's busy work and to keep you from going insane. Let's put it that way. Yay! Got that quest completed. Now I can do the other stuff. I just put a focus on the declining lifestyle of yours before saying that. What, buddy? Huh? Scared? What do you want about? I just put it on auto and read the game makes the characters read it. Yeah, unfortunately, for some of these parts, there's no spoken dialogue, unfortunately. So it does make it a little hard when I'm the one having to bloody do all the voices, you know, and act like a weirdo, I guess. I don't know how else to say that. Alright, go up here, go across here, claim. Let's see here. Tales from the Court. Nope. Probably should do that while I'm at it. Again, everyone keeps talking about the Fontaine Institute of Research having blown up. But I got no goddamn idea what everyone's talking about when they talk about things having bloody been detonated. Hey, there we go. Everyone's healed up. Nice, nice, nice. Worship the statue. Got nothing for it. Never mind. Whoa, what is that? I've said this many times, Miss Crony. Rebuilding the Fontaine Research Institute is our only goal right now. You've said the same thing 3 times now. I know all too well that when you guys start repeating things like robots, there's definitely going to be something big that you're trying to hide. Think what you like. As for the numerous issues you've mentioned earlier, I suggest you go and talk to Mr. Raimondo. What, is he going to tell me all the things the Fontaine Research Institute is hiding? No, but his ways of beating around the bush might be more sincere. You... Anyway, Miss Crony, I have my own business to attend to. The one next in line has been waiting quite a while. Hello, how can I help you? Are you Mr. Knacker? Yes, I am. You introduced yourself to Knacker and described the final review situation. Upon mentioning Desnos, you remember what he last told you. Before formally arriving at the Fontaine Research Institute for the final review, Mr. Desnos had first tasked me with being your guard and ensuring your safety. I see. Thank you for replying, Traveler, and I suppose I must also thank Mr. Desnos' injured leg. The wilds around here do pose many dangers, and having an adventurer capable of passing the preliminary qualification review by my side would be a lot safer. I can't act like I didn't hear that. What dangers are there exactly, if I may ask? According to the investigation, lots of Archeum flew out of the Institute when it exploded. Will the uncontrolled Archeum radiate energy? Will it contaminate the surrounding environment? Whoa, wouldn't this entire area be contaminated then? I suddenly feel short of breath. Oh, stop it, Traveler. That's just your imagination at work. After leaving its after leaving its catalytic environment, Archeum immediately returns to an inert state. It won't radiate or contaminate anything. It is apparent that Miss Crony's way of phrasing her concerns brought you unnecessary misunderstandings. Mr. Traveler, may I take another look at your documents? If you really wish to escort me, then we'll have to take something of a detour. I'm going to a few nearby places to review the technological assets of the Institute and nab some documentations along the way. Who's the lady next to you? Some reporter, that's all. Indeed, that is what I am. It's a great honor to meet you, Mr. Traveler. I've heard your name from my colleagues many times before. I'm Crony, a journalist for the political affairs section of the Steambird. If you have time, we could arrange a time to have a chat. And of course, Miss Paimon is also welcome to join. I'm very interested in your adventures. Let me see. How does next Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday sound to you guys? Even this Saturday could work. We could go for a cup of coffee. Or how about right now? You guys start here and chat, and I'll go about my work duties. That won't do. I've already reserved today's entire interview schedule for you. Sorry, Mr. Traveler and Paimon, we'll have to chat another time. That's okay, we've got work to do today anyway. We need to escort Mr. Knacker first. I must stress again that I'm just an ordinary researcher now and have no further information to actually give you. Plus, we've also got tedious and meaningless work ahead of us. Even if you go ahead and interview me, you won't get any useful information from it. Period. That won't be a problem, Mr. Knacker. All work has its own unique value, and it's our job to uncover it. Don't worry about me. Suit yourself, then. Let's get going, Traveler. According to the schedule, there's a document we need at the Institute's executive office. Hopefully, Konjat wasn't called up for some other work. I got school, gotta go. No worries, take care of yourself. Stay safe. Where the hell am I being sent now? Oop. Oh, hello. Life is like a dark comedy, and the wise always takes order from the fools. I am but an amateur actor who's no longer able to play a part on the stage anymore. Cipher letters are useless, just like initial skill. Sample number 2. Sorry, initial skill?
And away I go!
There was one other camera I didn't look into. Okay, hold up. No, that was the one that was already there. What am I missing here? Okay, well that worked. So what did that do exactly? Ah! Gotcha! Hey, there we go. Exquisite chest. Let's go.
What's in here? Maybe a growth serum?
Unfortunately, Sayu, no, there's not. I don't think there's gonna be a growth serum that can help you, honey. Stuff like that might be on a bit of a short supply, I guess you could say. All right, let's see here.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Well, yeah. Something else feels like it's about to go down as well, between the Knave and us and Neuvillette.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In
What
the
did
meantime,
Farina do?
please have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
Yeah, we did. You and Pai want to tell Neuvillette everything that happened since the Primordial Sea accident.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the Primordial Sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child
Lighting's
is
freaking
presently
out on us
immersed
there.
in primordial seawater.
God damn it.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? Is he okay?
There we go, that's better. It's not
Most people wouldn't be
confronting, so it
capable
wouldn't
of entering
dissolve.
in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
There's something
Yes?
we'd also like
What
to
is
ask
it?
about. What was the tremor we felt earlier?
Ah, right. We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
It may actually, yeah.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need
Yep.
to go check on her!
Spina de Rasul's headquarters.
I would
there.
also like
Yeah.
to go there as soon as possible, but
Hello,
I'm afraid I
Frenchie.
can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster
How you
prevention
doing,
plans for the surrounding
DM?
coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first.
We're in a
I'll meet you there to check
French-inspired
on the
area of
situation once
Genshin
I
right
finish
now.
things here.
There's no
So
time
luckily
to
you
lose.
didn't hear
Let's
my
get
terrible
going.
French accent earlier.
Please be careful.
Yeah, c'est oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale. Yes, it's that guy. Yeah, and once again, as always, you is a silly goose, as you would say. You is a silly goose. No?
Oh no! What happened here?
Oh, jeez. Well, the buildings here seem to be in pretty rough shape. They look the same as before. Oh, shit.
Navia should be around left here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
Couldn't agree more, Paimon. Yes, I use your own spell against you because you're in my stream chat. I am the host here. I am the one that speaks the gibberish here. God, the really sad, tragic-ass, depressing music now, Genshin. Because they think everyone's dead, but it looks like people got up onto their houses.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch
Yeah,
your
you can.
balance.
It's called the depressed Macarena.
All right.
It's where you have
Just
almost no
hurry.
energy to actually do the moves itself, so you just do it so, like, low effort that it doesn't even look like you're doing anything.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My
no.
Desiree.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
I think he just lost his daughter and a wife,
My leg! How
and
could
her
this
leg's
have
broken.
happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
God damn it, this got sad fast. What the fuck? People dying and breaking limbs and losing their businesses? Jesus. I just have to go straight for the feels. God damn. It's like that meme of the Green Goblin. First we attack his heart. Like, bruh, you've gone for the heart enough.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there.
And cue Paimon
Navia,
screaming.
Are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Oh no.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw
Yeah,
the ground,
that's fair
he
enough.
became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded on an aquabus. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
I don't think it's out of nowhere, Paimon.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Wait, we're missing some people, aren't we? Oh no.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Malusens. No.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
They're gone, aren't they?
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Navia walks around talking with many people and organizing various matters.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished
I
a
didn't even
preliminary
get a time
head
to
count.
read that.
More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
I understand. Her two compatriots, her two most trusted people are gone. Shit, man. It's not time to go to Poisson. Please come back. You are... Yeah. Just... Fuck, man. Just when you think people catch a break in this... in Fontaine, with the primordial seawater and everything like that, shit just... literally starts flowing out of the drains, killing them. It's horrifying.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the
Come
whole
on.
situation in
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
Just don't need to push yourself so hard.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver... They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
I'm sorry for your loss.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still... I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop
even get
joking
that.
around.
Couldn't even get that. Shit.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests.
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Yeah, we're here for you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan,
Oh,
Burnett,
no.
Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
No one's sacrifice is truly necessary.
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade.
Yeah.
Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
Yeah,
You're right.
they are.
Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Arlecchino!
The knave? What are you doing here?
Ah, is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
That they
You're
did.
right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright,
Yes?
then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you had asked us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Maripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
So the time for jolly cooperation has become.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious.
Yep.
My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So you want us to go investigate the
That's
ruins?
why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task.
Can you trust an outsider like me?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Paimon!
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
I mean, if she
Well,
wants to, it's not like we
I'm
can
sad,
stop her.
yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Navi is strong, but she needs company right now. We can be that company if she goes to explore the ruins with us.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
We'll go to the
All
ruins
right.
together.
The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Alright, Paimon, you're flying emergency food supply. Meeting is also partying. Man, the music here is so beautiful, yet it's making me feel so depressed. Like, seriously. I got no idea what I'm doing right now. I'm gonna go now. I might take a nap in a bit too. Bye bye. See ya, Dion. Go.
Is this an
Strange. Perhaps a mysterious person with a clear mysterious agenda behind us. What did I just stumble upon? Why is there suddenly a child? Stand before you is the great artist Salsa, who will be the future of Fontaine's art scene. Little Miss, is she referring to Paimon? I don't think I will ever be addressed as Little Miss. Mom said that as long as I drink a lot of milk, go to bed on time, I'll definitely grow taller. So I'll be big sister in a few years' time, and you'll be a younger brother. I don't think it works that way. So what are you doing out here? Is this your canvas? Yeah, the scenery is really pretty, so it's a great way to sketch. I've completed my painting long ago. Brother. I did not mean to wander into this. I was just trying to get some loot. God dang it. So I've got to... Are you telling me I've got to move those? There. Done. Okay. Yep, cool. Great. Good to meet you, artist Salsa. Let me out of the conversation, please! Paimon, oh Paimon, you're slacking off again. Whoa. Holy shit, that is beautiful. Well, anyway.
Bring it!
Activate that. Okay.
Yep.
Humanity doesn't have to be land-bound. We can break free. It's
Where am I going? What am I doing and how? This is not what I wanted. See you later, airship, wherever it is you were going.
Bring it!
All right, down the hill we go.
things the knave was talking about?
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Yep.
Let's go and
Just be careful.
Pretty green over here. Okay. Switch teams. They're gonna get flattened. Get rid of you, and you. So put you, and I guess you? Definitely my traveler. Mona? No, Kazo.
All right, let's head off.
That's been my go-to team for a little bit of a while now, so hopefully it won't be too long.
It's not a lane.
Who just subscribed? Jesus Christ, Luke, thank you for subscribing for 12 months in a row. What the fuck? Bruh. Holy shit. We're like 2 more away from me having to do a... I don't even know what I'm gonna do with 20 subs. I genuinely have no idea. But thank you, Luke. 12 months, fantastic time. That is 1 year, 365 days, 52 weeks. Some stupid amount of minutes. But I'm honored to have your support for as long as I have, and I hope I continue to earn your support as such. Luke, thank you. You're an absolutely incredible person for... Wait, at tier 2? My dude, are you okay? Bruh. Are you good? Holy Jesus. Where the hell are we?
One with nature.
Go!
A touch of frost. The wind knows me.
Think you can bully me?
Go!
One with my blade. Into the wind.
Hey, there we are. What? I couldn't understand you, sorry.
I ride on wind and cloud alike.
Oh. I guess I wasn't meant to jump into that. Oopsie. Wrong hole in the floor, I guess, chat. Wrong floor. Oh, is this gonna crumble underneath us? Yep, I bloody knew it here. Paimon, you say that after we've fallen through the floor. That's like saying, hey, look, a punch! And then saying it after I've been hit. Like, it's a little late, Paimon! Enough, I just want to support you as much as I am able. That is incredibly sweet of you, Luke. Holy shit, dude. Like, seriously. That is so sweet. You didn't need to do that, but I am incredibly grateful that you do. Like, I am honored that you feel like I'm worthy of that much support. Like, my dude. Also, I just need to check something. Ignore this. Alright, cool. I've got that set up. Yippee. I only did that because I needed to check if it was actually working. Let me clarify that, chat. Because I haven't advertised that in ages. Yippee! More exploration into weird places like this. Hello!
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Navia, be careful.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
No.
Right! You
I
can't
don't like the
go
way
down if
she's
there's
talking about
primordial
that.
seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here.
Yeah, but Paimon...
Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
You really could have not used the word
you're
useless,
right.
you idiot.
I can't do anything in this situation.
From the looks of things here, it's not really much of a way back either.
That complicates things.
Yeah.
Maybe the only way left is forward.
Might
In
be
that
so.
case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either.
So your only
I'll go
option
together
is to
with you.
continue with us.
Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Seems like there isn't any other option.
All right. Come with...
Traveler, can you use Animo?
Oh no, it's a dead end!
Chonyon, you were about to dive into that, you idiot. That's not normal water. For God's sakes, lad, stop getting caught on things. Oh, well, that's an old cabbage. Why have I got a bad feeling about this? Holy shit! This is gorgeous! God damn, no wonder Sean likes doing photography in this game. The environments that make you... I was gonna say your balls drop then, but nope, it's gonna make your jaw drop.
There's something wrong with this bridge!
Yeah, you don't say, run!
Traveler!
Navia! No!
Demoiselle,
Huh?
What?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Oh, was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person.
What is going on?
They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little
I've got
token
a
of our
very
appreciation.
weird feeling about this.
I hope you won't refuse.
Everything's wavy
Did
like
you
water on the
cultivate them
screen.
yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time.
Oh?
Something freaky's going on in that water.
Look, it's Navia! She's here!
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
Julianne. She's one of the ones that died.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to... Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien.
Oh, these are all the people
Essa.
that she feels guilty about that she couldn't save,
Why
is
are
it?
so many... And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't...
All right.
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, Have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a...
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Oh, well, if that...
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
They're still saving her,
What
even
was
though...
that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free,
They want a hive mind.
She
That's
has never
what
been
everyone that
tied down
gets
by
dissolved
anything. Indeed,
does.
even
They
the
get
death of
pulled
Master
into
Callus couldn't stop her.
a hive mind.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Well, Marco,
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your
Yes.
justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also
That's
have our
crazy,
own
Marco.
justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
But you guys don't need to. Let me just clarify that.
It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Come on, guys, pull her out of
it
it.
hurts. My head is spinning. Oh, I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Yep, they are.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged?
Quack indeed.
We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice.
No, it's not.
We are the will of all. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective?
Yes.
Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia, she...
Silence!
Never let.
That's...
My boy!
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court
Hell
will adjourn
yeah.
for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
Thank you, Neverlet. You beautiful son of a bitch.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
Oh, thank God, Neverlet.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I think I saw two Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So people that are dissolved become Oceanids.
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
I mean, I do have a postal address for things if people ever want to send me things.
Please come with me.
I'm very careful about how I give that out.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward with
I
it.
merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have
Yeah,
nothing
exactly.
to talk
Which
about?
is why I don't give it out very often outside of my Discord.
I suppose so.
By the way, Siegeween sends her
Ah,
regards.
Siegeween. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Siegeween would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Siegeween made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, And I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meripede.
He still
Yeah,
has
gotta
more
be
to
careful,
talk
Luke.
about. So, Neverlet,
Yes, of course.
this isn't going anywhere.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Hey, Frosty. Oh, alright, Luke. Enjoy your lurky dirk. I hope Navia can get back on her feet. Yeah, doing alright, Frosty. Doing alright. Having some alright time.
I'm sorry to
you
have
know?
kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now.
Just relaxing,
I guess we
streaming
should get
some
going again.
genshin,
Will you come
know?
with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
And
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my
just
company.
had to post my
Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Wow. I also did post a poll in my server, just asking people what kind of games they'd want me to stream. And it's very much tied right now, so hopefully people can break that tie. And we were just talking about my P.O. box, because I forget that I do have one sometimes if people ever do want to send me things to open on stream. Well, at least we have, Monsieur Neverlet on our sides now.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night, one with nature. Go! Swift and merciful, spirit blade, attack! Bombs away! The wind knows me. Water jet! That!
But yeah, we were just talking about my P.O. box and stuff like that, because, as I said, I forget that I have one sometimes, and I don't really post about having one often. Oh, god damn it, not again. Uh-oh. That's not good. An 8 bet. Oh, come on. What is everything made of? Bloody Play-Doh? Suddenly? Oh, hi, fellas.
One with my blade, from whence you came. Clouds high, birds call. Into the wind.
That's how you clear a room. With fire and wind. And you get all the other bozos to light themselves on fire. Oh, shit! Oh, come on. Even the ceiling's coming down now. What is this Fontanian architecture? Yeah! Is that thing falling from the ceiling? Ooh, it's things falling from the ceiling. Oh, that's great. That's fantastic, you know. Love it when shit starts falling from the ceiling trying to kill us. Oh, great. Oh, great. Hi.
Submit for judgment. As one with wind and cloud.
Can't handle your drink, huh?
Go!
Yeah!
that's those two out. Yikes!
Fallen
Sorry,
runes,
Kaza.
adorn my night. Forth, my blade, from whence you came.
Freeze it, freeze it. Yes.
Swift and merciful.
Go!
Phew. Old architecture, be damned. We managed to get through it without dying. Which, you know, we love.
What's that over there?
That can't be good. I really don't like this chat. I've got a really bad feeling about this. Anybody else got a bad feeling about this? Because I got a bad feeling about this. I got a really bad feeling about this chat.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Seems to be something on the wall. Was it a script of some kind?
Stone slates. It
Hey,
seems
that's
like they were
Farina.
put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
Looks like it's
The
been
surrounding
smashed.
walls also show signs of damage.
That's where the water's leaked
Something
on.
written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her?
The oceanids, maybe?
Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Yeah, they do seem to match. But what about the second one? What the?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
The issue is the order of the third and fourth images, right?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
Second image is also quite concerning. What sin are the people in the images
If we go by
confessing to?
timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
Nevertheless,
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Let's see, who created the slates doesn't matter. The slates doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. Yep, time to go annoy the uppity Archon. That is Farina. Oh, Farina, my dear. There's something weird's going on with this prophecy. Something's not adding up here. Something is not
Let's split up
adding
here.
up, chat.
I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
Fair enough.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Paimon, that's because you float around
Just
all
head
day.
back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Sounds good, handsome. I mean,
Are you
Neverlight.
gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem?
Gonna have to. I mean, you don't really have
Paimon's
any
getting a
other
little
options,
scared now that it's come to
annoyingly.
this.
Enough?
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
All right, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition.
Thanks, Navia.
All right. I'll be on my way then.
You seem a little better. Or you seem in better spirits. At least. Anyway, Navia and Nuvola both depart. You and Paimon head to the Spina de Rosula base at Fleuve Cendre.
We're finally back!
Only
Welcome
to
back.
be told you have no
We've got a
bed.
special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Oh.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navia, no, the boss is the best.
Did great as well, Paimon.
Ooh, desserts! Nice! These are all Paimon's!
What about me?
Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Mona?
Oh, that voice.
Oh no.
Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
What What are we doing here? What are you doing here? That's just so you were in Mondstadt.
Mona?
You think? Lady Majestus.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
I have to agree with
Well,
Paimon on
I used
that.
to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if
ask
I
what
were
your master's name is?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one.
What does that mean?
Also mean great or something?
Or does it mean something funny?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars. Just take it as a title specific to
Egotistical
astrologists.
boast.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
Yeah.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Hello, Goshen. How you doing?
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look
Triple
into it
appetite,
further should you
Paimon.
need to study astrology more deeply.
Terrible!
But it's true.
But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and
Yeah,
I
we're
traveled
doing
with the
alright.
old
We're just
hag
playing
for
some
a
Genshin
while,
stuff, doing
after
some
which I
really
settled down in Mondstadt
heavy
City.
story stuff. It
Oh, that's a good thing then.
says.
At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
You come to the Fontaine because of the prophecy,
That was
Mona?
the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist.
What about
This
Zhongli or the
prophecy
Pyro Archon?
concerns
What
the
am
fate
I?
of Fontaine, even that of Ultivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
Or you just
I'm
asked me to
afraid
pick?
that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary.
Oh.
Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
Pyro
A
Archon?
visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar. Huh? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're a...
Oh, well.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best.
Paimon, stop bloating her ego.
Indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, Do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Fair enough. I would definitely go for the Pyro Archon, I guess. Wait, Pyro Archon? There is no Pyro Archon in the game yet. On the banners this week, it's bloody... Huh? Wait. How are you pulling for those two characters? Because the fact of the matter is that if you're trying to pull characters right now, you've got... Hu Tao or... Sumeru Godchild. Shit, I forgot her name. Try to keep it down next time, Paimon.
If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. The things Paimon does for you.
Oh, 5.3. Right. I'd say Pyro Archon.
That's more like it.
You got a better chance of getting Zhongli, probably. But I would definitely go for the Pyro Archon.
Good morning. To be honest,
Right.
I'm still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler.
Yep. Time to go see the Time to go see the Frenchman. Fair enough, mate. That's bloody good on you then. You got more impulse control than I have in my entire body. Which is to say, I have none. Ah. Fair enough. I mean, I'm close to being able to get, like, a bloody... another 10 pull. Because I do want to try and get Hu Tao. I know that for a fact. Oh shit. No way. Oh, come on, I'm so close. Alright, well, you know what? Let's pull on this one, because I've got two of these. Yeah, fair. It's gonna be a real slap to the face if you don't get them, though. You know? Ah, shit, it's a no. What did I expect? Well, I just need one more. It is guaranteed at 180 pools. Okay, fair enough. Then, bloody... yeah, go for it. Me, Frosty? Just working, streaming, you know...
Finally!
Oh god, what happened? What went wrong?
Monsieur Neurvalette and Lady Farina, they seem to...
That doesn't surprise me. Farina doesn't want to tell things. And she's being very secretive, I'm guessing.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
No, you haven't.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
Yeah.
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
Welcome back.
That's correct. which is
Wait,
why I came
things are
to
getting
ask you
tense.
some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type. Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it.
Really? Because more
There's
people
no
seem to
point
be
questioning
dying.
or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
No, it won't.
That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
She's running.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door?
She's deliberately hiding something.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Yep.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason.
Yeah,
Our
she
discussion
is.
reached in. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
Questions alone might not suffice anymore. We need to make her understand how dire the
Everyone
situation
in her
actually
inner
is.
circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We
So?
may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to
Put her on
speak.
trial.
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
I agree.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at
What
all
if she
possible, I
created
would
the
prefer to
prophecy just
recuse
to scare
myself from
people
this
into letting
affair,
her
but
control everything?
we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we will need help.
But who will lend
The
us
knave.
the aid to...
I know we're calling the knave. A few days later on a boat somewhere in quiet Poisson.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a
Not
cup?
gonna lie, I thought they were saying croissant.
Lend me your ears, everyone.
Yeah.
Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Fremenay?
Me? No.
I can try and guess the movie,
think I
but I don't know if I'll be able to guess it, Goshen.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well
That's
then,
accurate.
I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
Poor Navia.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh,
Yep.
You might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something.
We need to put Farina in a box and squeeze her until
As
she
for
starts
what
squealing.
That is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Clorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A
Oh,
round of
God.
applause, please.
Huh?
That
Didn't
would
you say that you would be
what is
facilitating
said
this?
by...
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public
I
speaking,
can actually
right?
place that
This
exact
is a good chance to practice.
line.
You might even pick up some
Hold up.
fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
So, that one is specifically said by Claw in Age of Ultron 2016, which was originally a quote from Tony Stark, which Claw said to him because it reminded him of Stark. Or Ultron said it. Yeah, no, Ultron said it, and then he said it sounded like Tony, and then he got his hand chopped off. So, it was Ultron that said that.
I see. And what does my boss say?
Right before the Hulkbuster versus Hulk fight.
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
It's one of those quotes that always sticks with me. It's a good one.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremenay and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
Compound infiltration.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson,
We had to
didn't
keep
you?
an eye on
My
guard
subordinates mentioned that
rotations
you
and
even
how
performed some
often they
magic for the
passed.
bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting
fishing,
for
I
the
guess.
fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, Animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes
Ow,
sense.
what you bump me for?
You
What
usually
did I
solve
do?
problems directly,
Do you
without
start
the use
farming
of any such
artifacts?
tricks. But I do have one more question for
I have been doing
you,
a little bit
monsieur.
of farming, but not as much as I probably should have.
If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as
You're
always.
okay, Frosty.
However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait.
Thanks, Kai.
Why is that?
I must have had that on the other night. See that? Or Twitch is thinking Genshin is a sexual game. Which it is not.
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
We're hunting an Archon.
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
Thank you, Kai.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Chlorine's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt, because that is not what you should do at present, nor has the relationship between you and Farina reached such a dire stage. What you need is simply the secret she is keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect. But it must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need. But yes, Goshen, I should probably start farming artifacts at some point soon. Because I do need them for certain characters. Also, Wednesday will be Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. This meeting sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't
Who's
be
about
frightened.
to walk into shot?
I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Mona? No.
Who's that voice?
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
The teapot lady?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky,
No,
I
completely
fear
wrong.
that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now.
just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Who are you and what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Allow me to ask you, will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled.
N.
You may view such things as the history of the future.
What?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
There it is again. Fate.
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Yes.
Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
It's possible.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but
basically,
it also sounds kind of scary.
The tea in the teacup is just about gone as well, so...
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
Oh. Mage N. Is this a clue you're leaving us? The unexpected news leads to complicated feelings. When you wake up, someone seems to be outside.
What? I want to hear someone talking.
Majestus.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Was that two Paimons?
I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona!
How you been these last few days?
Just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected.
Oh?
Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Charlotte.
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but...
You're all good, Luke.
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Actually, someone already came over.
Huh?
You tell Mona about your mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a
She
message
said
to
that
us.
even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
There's a difference
Are
between...
certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost.
Sounds like
But
that lady.
I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hex and Zirkel sounds like a scary group.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around.
Yep.
She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
True, her words were meant as a helpful hint, but when we realized their value and meaning, is that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a...
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Yeah, that is true.
You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astro. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too.
Double-edged sword,
Traveler,
Paimon.
Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
If you want to outrun...
Alright, time to start with this little jog around the city.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper.
Maybe we're
what's
famous?
going on? Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
Sure seems to be the case.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Radio, Paimon. But, wait, this is gonna set a trap for us instead. Shit! I got a bad feeling about this, Chad. Anybody else got a bad feeling? Because I got a bad feeling.
Paimon's hungry.
You literally just ate. No, wait, they just woke up. Now, where's Farina gonna be sitting, I wonder?
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
It hasn't already sold out for the day?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it!
Can anyone get it?
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Yeah.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
Paimon.
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Touche.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijouin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you
God
know
damn it,
Sijouin?
I
Sijouin.
sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and
Yeah,
you can
we
only
are
lift their
saddened
spirits
easily.
by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in.
You share a glance with Paimon and snarf down the cake.
It's more delicious than last time. And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious.
Cake does sound good right about now, honestly. Said that some weapons will even change shape after reaching certain developmental milestones.
Oh!
Wait, what?
We're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
You know Charlotte's just gonna, like, ram us with questions, like, as soon as she possibly can, right?
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Yep.
You've got some nerve. You just used us to make some quick mora.
Can we negotiate a profit split?
You needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
Paimon, any way to get into your stomach and heart
You're almost a little too easy
is
to win over, Paimon. If I were a
food.
journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon!
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Yeah. Are we even...
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
God damn, Charlotte.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh, that's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Yeah, I get what they were meaning. My favorite cake? I gotta be honest, my favorite cake is actually the Oreo cheesecake you can get from a place in
scenery
Northbridge.
can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
There's a place in Northbridge that does this amazingly beautiful cake. It's a little Asian dessert restaurant just off the main road from Northbridge. It is absolutely, hands down, the best cheesecake I have ever had in my life. And if I were to die, I think I'd want either that for dessert, and then my mom's home cooking for my last meal. Because one day I won't get to have her cooking. And that makes me sad. One day she'll be gone. And I will never get to taste food cooked by her. With her love and her care. You know, the love of a mother. God damn it, this Genshin stream is getting me in the fucking heart, man.
Paimon's been thinking.
Doesn't help me and my family. We've been talking about wills and death and what happens if any of them go before me. Which will happen. It's just a matter of when. Fucking Genshin Impact, man.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask if you...
If I could choose, huh? So I'm trying to consider what to do is
We've
pointless.
always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
That I have to look upon this world. Yes, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Kind of. The bandit goes back and forth for a while between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodation and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina di Rosula safe house at the Fleur Cendre. Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well. Until it's time to spring the trap on the god. And steal his secrets.
Feels like he'll grow more, but it's still...
So the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the fortress of Meropide.
So you were under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Did something happen?
Inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
Oh no.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that
What did
serious.
Farina do?
Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
That's her own fault.
So
really?
People have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
Yep.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
Yep.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
She probably left.
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I understand the
Good.
situation.
Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
He knew we would act.
Don't worry.
Is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Alrighty. Alright, let's keep going here.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Sure caught on quickly.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat.
Yep.
And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse.
Yeah.
It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today.
Yep, that would have blown up in her face real bad,
taking
chat.
the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think?
Looks like those detective novels have had an effect on you.
Do the analysis to back it up too. In that case, there's not a moment to lose.
Poisson, here we come. Yeah, okay, Paimon. Frickin' Paimon and those detective novels, they've been really paying off.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated
Oh,
already.
there she is.
All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
You got it right, Paimon.
That's Farina, right over there.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless.
Wait, when she falls into the water, she'll be surrounded by people.
What did happen after all? Everyone's dead.
Not everyone's dead. You've still got
Sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from
Drop
another
the
land.
act, Farina.
Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you?
I'm doing quite well. I hope you're doing well today.
What do you mean, tear stains? Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Fancy...
Stop trying to act tough, Farina.
Of course not!
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
Yeah.
They are... They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able... That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina, what are you about to do?
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
God damn it, Farina. You can't just run from your issues. Jesus.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What? What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost...
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Stop acting tough. God's sakes, it's gonna drive everyone in your kingdom to hate you. Well, not kingdom, but like city, nation. Oh my god.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me.
Nah, I'm not a new
I
player.
merely gave in to the sheer
Been playing since 2021.
enthusiasm they displayed.
This place is not what I'd call soundproof.
You're right.
Yep, that's...
Uh-oh, the waters.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an
Another
earthquake?
disaster just struck, I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Hater. Unfortunately, I'm not experienced enough
you're
in this
right.
game to be able to do that for people well enough, unfortunately. I'm honored that people think that I'm a good enough Genshin player for that. I am not. I barely fucking know what I'm doing with my account, my dude. The best things I can suggest... AR16, are you dual streaming? Yes, Frosty, I am dual streaming. I've been doing that for ages. I'm getting more traction on YouTube Shorts and YouTube Short streams than I am anywhere else, which is really depressing. But no, Hater, in terms of advice I can give, there are websites I can suggest that might be able to help you when it comes to, like, what to do. There's also the training guide in Genshin itself, which can help you know what to do if you've got a general team setup. But Loyal, sorry. Yeah, I'm a bit all over the shop with names. Apologies. But yeah, so there are a couple Genshin-based sites I can suggest. But so one of them would be called Genshin Party Builder. That's something you can use just to get an idea of what kind of teams and everything you can have put together and everything. I've got a number of teams put together myself and everything through this website. It allows me to just have a rough idea of what kind of parties and teams will be a good would kind of work together and stuff like that based on the characters that I have. Then you've got other things like Genshin Impact. Then you've got the Genshin Impact interactive map. Then you've got like a couple other things like as well. I'm forgetting shit. Come on, blue. Genshin inventory? So AR-16, you mainly want to focus on so okay. The best advice I can give when you're starting off, I mean, the starter characters you'd most likely have, I know that people get in the early game, would be definitely focus on getting Barbara, for one. She works as a really good healer in your party, so you always want to have what's known as a main DPS, sub DPS, support, and your healing. So mainly you want to focus on those four, focusing mainly around 2 reactions. However, there is actually a dungeon that I would highly suggest for yourself, since you are new. Since you're only just starting, the best I can suggest is actually I did 10 blue pools. Okay, not bad. I would suggest save those pools for characters that, or save those pools at least until. Well, it's up to you if you want to use them. Honestly, like you do you. But okay, so I know you may not be able to see this here, but so in game there is a teleporter. Sorry, there is a bunch of there is a domain around here, I think, which actually takes you through and does all of the different elemental reactions. It's really good for new people to play, just so they have an idea of what characters will work together well and what elements kind of bounce off each other. So that would be my best bet for you, honestly. It's one of the ones in Mondstadt. I believe it may be the Temple of the Wolf. I think it may be the Temple of the Wolf, or the Temple of the Falcon. I'm not 100% certain. Yeah, unfortunately, Kai, I can't do that, sadly, because that is actually a violation of the Twitch TOS multi-streaming rules. Unfortunately, if I did do that, yeah, I could possibly get my account banned off Twitch because of that, because Twitch don't like having 2 separate chats on their screen. It's really fucking annoying. But thanks, Twitch. But yes, so one of these early domains that you'll get as AR-16, I believe it's either 16 or 23 that you get. Hold on, let me double check. Elemental mental reactions domain Genshin. Yes, okay, here we are. So you want to do the Temple of the Lion, which has elemental. It's an elemental reaction tutorial domain. Loyal. So that's the one you're probably going to focus on doing. Is the Temple of the Lion, which let me see if I can actually look that up here. Temple of the Lion. That's a wolf. Purification. Temple of the Lion. Right. So the domain you'll want, Loyal, is right around here. It is just north of the Star Eclipse, where you have to go in order to get the Reggie's Vine, I want to say? Can you see my characters? 676 631 861. Sure, I can try. I'm not someone who plays Genshin enough to be able to help with this stuff. I only just now begin to have a rough idea of my own things. Let me grab your account number and I will look it up. Oh, whoa, shit. What is this Honkai Star Rail looking shit? Tapestries of Spirit and Flame? What? Permanent newcomer benefits? God damn, y'all get Lynette at rank 25? You lucky sons of bitches. 10. Yeah, adventure rank 10 acquaint feints, 10 acquaint feints, yeah. Freaking good on yous. Good on yous. Okay, though, in all seriousness, Player Lab. You play on North American servers? I actually do play on North American servers as well. So I should be able to look up your account, right? I genuinely don't know how this works. How the fuck am I meant to do this? Hold up. Alright, I guess I'll have to put it in game. Unfortunately, I'm in a cutscene at the moment.
They've already...
Has Serena finally reached a limit? No, she's talking about her actual feelings. She's starting to look far less stiff. You begin to talk amongst yourselves as Serena slowly calms down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing.
You're okay,
but
Loyal.
all my
You're
efforts
okay.
proved to be futile in
But
the
yeah.
end. Really, the
my
truth
best
has
bet
been
for
clear
you...
to me for a very long time.
So, my best bet for you, Loyal, Temple of the Lion, definitely do all those just to get an understanding of what elemental reactions work best, and then decide which ones you like, and then build a team around those reactions. Make sure you have a big hitter, so anything with like a claymore, typically, I would go with, or a polearm. Then you want to have your sub DPS. This is your character that doesn't do as much DPS as your main. However, they do put out a good sort of reactionary combo with your main and your support. So, for example, you could have, for example, what I have. I have 2 Cryos, I have Diona, and I have Chonyan. But I also have my Hydro Traveler as a way to cause freezing or frozen on enemies. Then I also have Kazuha, Kaedehara Kazuha, who works as using Animo, which causes a swirl, and then plants back on the ground, doing a lot of damage to those. And if you're able to get Pyro mixed in as well, usually you can get some really crazy combos there. But personally, early game, I would focus on maybe what you're able to get access to, and focus on 2 elements at most, okay? So you want to build a team around 2 elements. 2 that work off each other, but also kind of fits your playstyle, you know? If you like using claymores, use claymores. If you like using polearms, go for polearms, you know? I love how I said before, I have no idea what I'm fucking doing in this game, and yet here I am giving someone advice on how to play. When did I get good at this game?
We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
Yeah, but even then, still.
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson.
fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
Good on you, Farina.
Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Farina, you make me want to bash my head against a wall because of how stupidly obtuse you can be.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Run out of time, we can't just go back to square one like this. Farina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Your people are more than willing, although I don't know what might be keeping you from everyone.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
You can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness?
By the way, what is crit rate and crit damage?
Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Farina, you made me want to beat my head against the wall, woman. So, in terms of crit rate, in Genshin, I can't pull that up right now. Once we're done listening to this bloody...
If that's the case...
Dumbass. There's no time left, Farina. Farina, please just spit it out. Ha! We got her! Yes! Well done, Linny! You beautiful magical bastard, you!
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
No, because you're not it.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Ha! You would draw your blade against a god?
Happily.
I see. It seems like you have
Farina,
made up your mind.
Oh, for God's sakes! You're gonna get yourself killed, you idiot.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
Shh! It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson.
Okay, so now she's actually
It is my
genuine.
duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words,
behind your
this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! You're the only one, idiot.
Now we're making history.
Never mind.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she
You don't
is
need to worry about
taking
this.
this seriously this time, right?
Way down the track for you, my dude. So, unfortunately, this is about 5 chapters ahead of where you are currently. So you're going to be spoiling a lot for yourself if you continue to watch right now. I will say this, right now is huge spoiler territory for yourself. Yeah. Sorry I didn't mention that earlier. It should have clicked with me. AR-16, Doi. Sorry. Fair enough, Loyal. Well, look. If anyone here doesn't want this game and this specific story to be spoiled for them, please exit the building. You'll be welcome back at another time. Just not right now. I so hate her super over-dramatization of things, and I thought I was a drama queen. Jesus Christ, Farina makes me seem like I'm a bloody chill person compared to her. Anyway, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
For God's sakes, we were so close to getting her to tell us the truth. It still turned out like this in the end. It's okay, though. As long as we can defeat Farina in court, we'll still have a chance to figure everything out, right? Right? God, we're so screwed.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins.
No.
Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
They're both equally powerful. It just depends on how you build them. And play
So,
them.
you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Araneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct a giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
We deceived you back there.
Then, I can guess Nervillette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Or us.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Nope. Oh? My mission was to give you one last chance. We had hoped. Before the magic box arrived onto the stage, we hoped you'd share your last secret with us.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Sure, Loyal. What did Farina want to say to me right
Sir
before we
Prosecutor,
arrived on stage?
please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Oh, well, that's good.
Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
Paimon just like going out like that.
Isn't the... Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
Never would have thought about using it like
Let's
that.
quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Oh god, am I about to sit through it?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
I go to the ATM to remove cash. The money got deducted from my account, but I didn't get the cash. ATM must have been out of money. Most likely. I've had that happen to me before. Just ring people at the ATM at your bank and just explain the situation to them. They should be able to help you out. Became Linny's attorney.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I get this is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the oratories. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
Oh, well, that's good.
A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Mirapede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
We got all the information we need.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position.
I guess we'll do this.
The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
Reckless endangerment, abdication of duty, a number of, unwillingness to cooperate with the courts.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Yeah, this is a court.
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking our duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted.
Ha! So an Archon is basically a god. They're the sort of beings who helped guide and build Teyvat and the Genshin world into what it is, in a sense.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, Venti is an Archon.
Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric,
is an Archon.
Isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
But, you'll find more out about them as
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory.
Zhongli?
See?
Even
the
someone you'll
Orange
meet
has
in Liyue.
decided to show me its favor.
Trust
Are
me,
you
you got a while
sure
to
you
go
want to
before
commit
him.
to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Not happening.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh?
The people only see you as Archon because that's their long-held
I
belief.
tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then
Once you
how
finish
did
Mondstadt,
I
then you'll
manage
get
to live for over 500 years?
You're a witch. Gotta think carefully. What do we know about special about Farina exactly? That for one. That you didn't know what was going on with Child.
Doesn't sound right.
Nope, never mind. She already probed Farina on her own, believes it is not possible for Farina, but that she actually afflicted with some curse.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Neuvillette sensed it too, huh?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them.
She's older than everyone.
It's not impossible.
Of us.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove
no, they're not
that
a
I am
lawyer,
merely
they're
a
an
human
Archon.
being? Besides,
Again, this
everyone
is
knows
huge
that the main
spoiler
difference
stuff,
between
yeah.
a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
And yet you've proved nothing
For centuries,
to show that.
manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine.
Like what?
One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique
Yeah, but-
d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Then one trial proved the opposite. Farina actually has no control over the Oratrice at all. Yeah. Doi, you had no idea.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Yeah.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend.
And she's
There
dodging
is
the
no
answer.
need to provide.
dodging the
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges
Yeah.
if you continue to withhold
Exactly
vital
like that.
information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's...
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that
Farina,
poses a
just
concern,
do it.
I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into
Yeah.
Indemnitium!
He has every
Thus
right to
did
be.
I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Oh, nice. Well done on the 3-stream streak.
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument.
Nouvelette's the one that had the real power out of all of them.
That doesn't sound right.
Okay, so it's not that one. What evidence can be proved to show Furina is a human? Whale in the dream? Don't think that would have anything to do with it. Nothing with the Navia falling into the sea? Maybe? I really feel like that's got nothing to do with it.
That does.
Yeah, sure, why not? Linny. Really? The serial disappearance cases?
That all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea.
Okay.
And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula.
It's just Fontaine that's
Spina has governed
French-based.
Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
This isn't gonna work well.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word.
The real Archon's actually the whale in the primordial
Is she really
sea.
planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
Hey!
Actually.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewing? If you're present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewing? Don't
Yeah,
be
you're about to
nervous.
be drugged.
It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewing.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Oh shit, so she's
Thank you,
not.
Miss Siegewing. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Nope.
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe...
We got her on the ropes now. Has she given up on everything?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing.
What if she's just like...
Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater?
The whale.
Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
You're seeing...
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
There's about to be.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway her. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty.
Oh shit, she's on her throne.
We shall now
Weeping.
turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
She's on her throne. Crying.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
And another weird verdict.
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice?
No.
What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know,
Instead
the
of-
real evil mastermind behind the serial
It's more strange
disappearance
is instead of
case.
Farina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
It's getting weird.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Fremine, what did you find?
Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Huh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
With some help from the other Fatui, Fremine brings a stone slate onto the stage.
Is that the first prophecy slate?
They found it.
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded?
It's not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Can do.
Huh? So what do you see? What is
This looks
it?
like turning the Oceanids into human
I believe I've
beings.
now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Wait, so the Oceanids...
Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon.
Oh god, Paimon, that
so
was
when
rude.
you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Association between the contents of the slates and the events of real life.
Let's try to recall the...
Huh. Okay. Alright, chat. Time to work out the prophecy of Fontaine.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The
welcome
second
back,
stone
Loyal.
slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea, surrounded by many people. Huh. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on.
Loyal, I don't know. AKA, it would spoil a large portion, most likely, of what you are doing currently. And I don't want to run that risk. So, you're most likely going to find out from watching this anyway.
We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Yeah, unfortunately. So, what if... hold on.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater, and this might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Just Celestia in the sky, Hydro Archon and people worshiping them together, the heavens still go down judgment upon them. That was the... Oh wait, that's Navia. In that pit. What if it wasn't the Hydro Archon, but
it's not as simple as falling into the sea. When the stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea, could that be alluding to the same thing?
Wait, so what? You're about to tell me Navia's the...
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, has recorded on the stone slates.
It's basically identical to that described in the prophecy circulating Fontaine. Fontaines will eventually be dissolved in the sea, and Hydro Archon will sit upon her throne and weep.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay.
Yeah.
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Yeah, shit. Holy. I'm only still going because this is just so damn good.
Now, so that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Fontanians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontanians from
Yeah,
Oceanids.
and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the
Wait, how do they have children then?
The twists of history are often the most
I
unexpected
don't
of
know.
all.
I'm still convinced that it should come after the... As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the third slate.
Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea?
Actually, yeah,
So
look at all
wouldn't
the
it be
clothes
trying
they're
to show
wearing.
the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the
right.
fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as
In
it's
the
already
end,
widely known.
the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Damn. Shit's about to get serious.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
And she didn't have permission
This
from
really might be
Heavenly
too much
Principles.
information for your regular Fontanian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your
Almost all of
hypothesis
them, yeah.
regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
Third slate
A
is supposed
key
to
point of the
represent
visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
No fucking
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy,
often in
truth,
the road to
everything
avoid the
we've
prophecy,
done has
you
happened
fulfill it,
exactly as the prophecy foretold.
trying to escape it.
So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Looks like there's no way out of this.
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
It's fulfilled right
Traveler,
now. She's on the throne.
I would like to
crying.
point out another small fallacy in your deductions.
Oh, do tell.
About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meropide served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
Oh, great.
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Wait. No. No. No fucking way. Child and the whale?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come.
Don't tell me it's a fucking whale and child.
It was both dream and reality.
Seriously, that one
If we're
change?
talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
She's looking at it besides.
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Wow. Okay, this has got to be one of my favorite stories in Genshin so far. Oh, fuck. And it's happening. Oh, shit. Well, time to beat the shit out of a giant whale. Where's Child? Uh-oh. Did it just eat Nuvolite? Thing to destroy Fontaine is that. Child! just happened?
Way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
Nope.
Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too
When in
late.
doubt, beat it up.
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Life's
Indeed,
not fair.
that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
But history is always changing, or at least the future is always changing, sorry, I mean. Wait, but if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods.
Yeah.
Could things be happening in hidden corners where the god's gaze does not fall?
Phoenix, right?
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Could it be that even if the prophecy was fulfilled, there'd still be a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? Yes, you did. Wait, I forgot about Farina. What was it she wanted to say to me at the last moment in the giant messenger box? What is her real secret? What the fuck?
What's happening with the Oratrice?
The Oratrice.
I believe
the Oratrice
it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
The Archon. Wait, what?
Farina!
Should be alone on her
No,
throne.
I still need answers.
The real Hydro Archon. Or Farina's true self, maybe? The Artrice is... Oh, shoot. She is the Archon.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found
where
myself
the fuck
in.
did we get sent?
I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress. to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the Opera House, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500
Jesus
years.
Christ, I don't know.
And
if
all
that's
along,
a good idea, but do it.
She's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Yes, I don't know, flying. Fly, little gnome, fly. Hi, Amethyst. Just like I do with it. It's like a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Traveler, this is only gonna go one or two ways. I remember these mega bucks and marbles from last year. Hello.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
Let's see an audience here.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? I have to find a way. So what if we just switch off the lights?
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Go! One with nature. Clouds high, the birds call. Wind strike. A touch of frost.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
Sayonara special! On the rock!
One with nature.
So this team is basically focused around freezing and using Animo swirl damage. That's what my team is. It's Cryo, Animo, and a little touch of Hydro. That's all the spotlights turned off. In Furina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people off of her. Speaking of which, I just received some sort of signal. Is that a true voice? Ticket. How did that end up here? Ticket to a show. Either way, it looks like the show is about to begin. Yeah, sorry. It is just getting a bit late for me right now, so the only reason I'm still going on this is because I've had no option to quit. Like, comfortably. Scene 1. Before a mirror. Furina. Yeah. Sorry to turn this halfway into an ASMR stream. Just, yeah. Having to be a bit quiet because it is like 11:30 for me right now, so we're just gonna enjoy the story.
Furina. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Yeah, 11:30, so I gotta remain a little bit quieter. Sorry if this sounds a bit weird, chat.
That's not bad.
It's not meant to.
Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Oh, wait. I know. I think.
Yeah.
I
Sorry,
don't
the
know
voice sounds a
why,
little
but
weird.
it's
Yeah.
in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, okay.
So there's
Yikes.
still hope after all.
That's a bit...
Goodness,
Yikes.
you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well.
I was gonna say, I'm 25,
Fontaine
mate.
has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
Oops.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
Yeah, Farina has suffered a lot. 500 years of suffering.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
No, I don't. I have Nouvellette, though. I like having Nouvellette. It's fun.
Huh. How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Yeah, I feel really bad for her now. Scene 2. A session speech. Farina. Yeah, no, I can't leave. I can't leave until I finish it. Shit. We might be here a bit longer than I anticipated, chat. Sorry.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese.
Yeah, and I'd rather not have to do that.
I'm
It's a whole
sure
hour and a
you've
half,
all
2
heard
hours.
about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Farina de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison back puppet.
Yeah. Yeah, we did.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest. I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Her future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice.
Okay, so she used the drama to make sure she could convince people that she was the Archon. Okay, so I thought it was just, you know, show for show's sake, but obviously it's not. It's an act to try and protect everyone. Because if they were found out, the prophecy would have come true, and it would have been, you know.
Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine! There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
I'm from Australia. And also, okay, I get it now. I get the bravado and the overacting and everything. It all makes sense. Because if she was how she was originally, no one would have ever believed her, and the prophecy would have been, well, pretty much. God, how long is this? Jesus Christ.
Lady
Another
Farina,
hour?
here are today's
Jesus.
case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and
do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now. Do your duties. The trial I await. It will.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's not too bad at least. I can fight a whale and then head to bed.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Oh, that's what caused it to blow up.
Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Scene 4, Opera House with Farina.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina,
There's just this
Indeed, my
day
dear
in, day
loyal
out.
citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
God, it must have been torture.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Jesus, poor Farina. Like, seriously, she's been having to deal with so much for so long. It would have been unimaginable torture for her. It's awful. To think Focalors put her through all this. Oh, Jesus Christ. Scene 182,375, Ocarina House, Farina.
It's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me
can
great
hear the
joy
tears.
to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
She's struggling to keep it together.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
Jeez.
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Good God.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No.
Jesus.
Perhaps
This
I
is
reached it
so
long ago.
sad.
Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed. $182,376. Farina and Redacted. And
Farina,
us.
you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That's my voice. Is this scene from when we were within that giant box? It's great. I didn't even think this scene when we were playing our inner world. Surely I'll find out what she wanted to tell me.
Share
this time.
my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Huh. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. What if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once.
And then the wolves fell away.
Such an outrageous thing to do anyway. To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows. Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
And that's when, boom.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
Jesus.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
Yeah, it has a voice.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness.
It has a consciousness
and
of its
Lenny
own,
did mention
yeah.
that he heard a human voice
So the
within the core
Oratrice is
chamber.
her.
It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine.
Oh.
The vast majority has been,
Oh.
to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Oh shit, he's gonna become super powerful.
This was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
God, this fucking sucks.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are. Surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Good Neuvillette. Good Neuvillette. Yes.
The hour of my execution is almost here.
Bruh.
For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Furina? God, fuck. Thank you, Furina, for all you've done. From this moment on, please live happily as a human, just as I wished we could. Nivelette now has his full power back as the Hydro Dragon of Sovereignty.
I, Iudex Nivelette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Sorry, we've been going on a lot longer than I meant to tonight, but we still gotta fight the
What
fucking
just
whale.
happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
Oh yeah, to them it was like a 1
But
second.
since we're all still alive and happy,
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
But wait, what about Furina in her chair? Poor Furina. Wait, what the? Holy shit.
We're going to execute it? But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. We shall share a part of the ancient
I
dragon's
mean, get
power
eaten
with
by it?
Water jet!
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Into the wind. As one with wind and cloud.
I doubt that's gonna do much.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
That's the goal. The goal was to get eaten by it and then beat the crap out of it from the oh my fucking god.
What's that wrong with you thinking over there?
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Wind strike! Forth, my blade! From whence you came! Clouds high, the birds call! Time to go.
Think you can bully me?
Bombs away! As one with wind and cloud. Go! A touch of frost. Spirit blade. Attack! Water jet!
That's a really bad time to do that, Blue.
Clouds high. The birds call.
Okay, this isn't... Uh-oh. Her. Child. What the shit? Wasn't she the bitch we fought right in the very beginning?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought.
Wait, child
Blunder.
and...
I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Master's pet?
Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal
I
as
have to
a
agree.
pet?
It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Huh?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him?
The head of the Harbingers?
Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfalnir, then? Or Gold Rhine-Daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhine-Daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-Daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Oh, fuck. No, there's little to be surprised about, Paimon. It's natural, after all. The prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Fuck, poor Farina. Wait, what? So they all got turned back into Oceanids? Is that it? Is everyone dead? Oh.
Hey! Help! Over here!
They're alive. Holy fuck, though. Wait, what? Huh? Ah, the boat that Risley was making. And my boy coming in with a save.
Initiate emergency rescue. Hurry!
Risley, you fucking beauty. Ferminate. Lynette. Lenny.
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
They did it.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
You can now live your life, Farina. Holy shit, that made me tear up, man. God, this game's story is good when it wants to be. God, it's good. I'm glad I stuck with it this long so far.
The soul renewed. The Svina di Rasula tax post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Svina di Rasula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Wingwood, Booner Brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word.
Nah, Anki, I wasn't meant to be doing a 24-hour stream. I go work in the morning, man. I couldn't end the game.
Barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like
just
real
didn't
big
meet them in
shots.
that
What
capacity.
do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Hyman's curious too!
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on!
For a better tomorrow. Tears among the stars. Well, for now, chat, as much as I would love to keep playing, it is 12:15 at night for me, so I need to be getting to bed before my family find me awake. Because otherwise I'll be in a lot of deep trouble. But we'll pick this back up on, I don't know. We'll pick this back up next week. If nothing happens on Friday. Anyway. Good night, everyone. Sleep easy. Have a great day, great night, wherever you're on this crazy world we live in. Take care of yourselves. And holy shit, that that Fontaine arc. It was gorgeous.